Well, a warm welcome to all our fans joining us for this European Predator Championships here in Assen, Netherlands. This is day 8 of our 9-day event, and you join us for 9-ball, losers round 3, as we look at Naji, Saba Naji taking on Gregory Bobby. And it looks like, oh, a little bit of a conversation first. I was going to say, it looked like Gregory won the lag there. This is a race to 8. Sudden death for both these players. Now, alternate break. One thing to be aware of on making a ball, a further 2 balls need to make it past the head string. Unless you put 2, then 1 needs to pass to make it a legal break. We've seen a few come up a bit short in previous matches. And let's see how Gregory kicks off his campaign. Well, he's certainly given him a clout. However, nothing has found a pocket. And that will give us, as we look from our replay there, he misses the cut on the 1 ball in the middle bag. Although it did hit it hard enough. However, not success, and Naji has a look at this one. Decided against the pot at this early stage of the rack. Look to play it safe, but the 2 ball is not covering the 1 ball. How much of the 1 can he see? Well, I think he was looking for cover with the 2 ball there. He's hit the 1 rather hard, but not hard enough to come up to the centre pocket, so nothing obvious for the Hungarian. Maybe looking to get a better cue ball than last time. And again, just not tight enough, leaving an edge for Bobby. Well decided against the edge. Played cushion first for a kick and stick, which has worked and put a lot of distance between the cue ball and object ball. However, still a lot of traffic on the table. Yeah, needed that cue ball to miss the 9. It didn't, and has left a combination on there for Bobby. Well, he's played that and just got a second rub of the 1 ball, which has held it in position for potting. Was in danger of leaving that 1 ball on the long rail. Just coming around for a closer inspection on this blue 2. You may have just heard a call of time in the background. These players are under a shot clock. They do have 1 extension per rack. Does have an extra bit of pressure. Has that pressure told here? Has Bobby been careless with the cue ball? One thing he has done is he has moved the 4 ball, which at that point in time, before contacting it, did not go to the corner pocket. So if he can get this 2 ball, which he has, he's bent it around. The check side has held it up, but it didn't go behind the cue ball didn't fall behind the 6. And in opening up that 4, he has created himself a lovely opportunity here to take this first rack. Yeah, he's dragged the cue ball a little straight on the 4. Just checking where the 5 is comfortable going and where he would like that cue ball. Will depend on how straight he is on this 4. Well, it was that straight. And in being that straight, he was able to just punch it off the cushion a feather. And now has a very tricky 5 in the center, which is just off straight on these tight predator tables, or a long 5 up into the top left corner. Again, you heard the call of time there, not long before his backswing. Can't help but think that that might have added to the pressure of that shot. It wasn't easy. And a little wry smile from the Hungarian there. He's not left much. But there are 2 balls down here, which would be very nice and handy to hide the cue ball behind if he chose to. Oh, he went right through the pair of them. Neither of them wanting to slow that cue ball down. And although it's fallen up against the cushion, there's a shot on here for Bobby. How straight is it? If it's dead straight, he's going to have to play it dead weight. No, it wasn't. In fact, it was just on the right side of the ball. So he's been able to float down for the 6. I think he's just come far enough for him to stun it back up towards the 8. Yeah, that nudge on the 4 earlier will prove, or could prove to be very fruitful here. And France's Gregory Bobby takes the first rack of this race to 8, going with the break. As I alluded to at the beginning of the match, this is alternate break, so one thing we've been noticing through the course of the day, and as we see a roundup of the replays from that rack, some great shots from both players, but Bobby closing it out. And as we've been seeing with this alternate break, momentum has been able to shift a little bit more often than you tend to find when it's winner break. So the Hungarian Naji with a chance to answer back, trailing by 1 rack to 0. Wow. He's made a ball, but nothing has travelled up into the kitchen. You see the 8 ball make it into the corner pocket there, but nothing got into the kitchen, and 2 balls were needed there for Naji to continue. A legal break. Bobby with a tricky one. Went for it in these tight pockets. Didn't get it, but that 5 looks like it's going to hamper Naji here. Yeah, you see that was a very tight shot. To get a bit of luck from the 9, if he were to have made it, would have kept him a bit more shape on the 2, but it didn't go in. Yeah, call of time there from the referee. Naji playing a cushion first shot, containing safety, has left the 1 in the open. Bobby giving it a second inspection down there. Maybe looking at how he can navigate traffic back down for this blue too. Doesn't look simple. Oh, he's made the cut. And as a bonus, he's run into the 3 ball thick and felt beautiful on the 2 and pushed the 3 closer to the pocket. So a couple of rubs going his way as well. Yeah, that 7 ball is hampering him, just popping off this short rail. He's going to need to push it through 2, or is he? Decided to screw it through 2 rails, bringing the cue ball into a very nice position for the 4. He's just taken a little crouch down to inspect that. It looks mighty straight from there. Oh, maybe he does have an angle. He's going to look to try and bring the cue ball over to the right-hand side of the table here. If he can. Yeah. Solid pot. Maybe that 5 was being hampered by the 9, and he's brought the cue ball into a lovely position here on the 5. Ooh. Yeah, it was a tough long shot up into these tight corner pockets. Fancied him for it. Maybe was just looking to force the angle to slide past the 9. It's turned out that Naji's back to the table. And this will be as good an opportunity as any to get this match back to all square. Has played that very well. Delicate bounce off the short rail. Will be reaching. So there's a little extension on the butt. Not too difficult a shot here. Was the added difficulty of the extension, and he's just overrun that a little bit. Just a bit more added excitement at the end of this second rack. Yes, and makes the pot and waits for the balls to come to a rest before bringing them back out the pocket. And our Hungarian brings the match back. One apiece, running with the player's break. As you saw there, Bobby did really create a good opportunity. But did give it back to the Hungarian, who only needed to be asked once. And alternate break. Francis, Gregory, Bobby to break, one apiece. Race to 8, losers round 3. Makes the green 6 in the corner. Plenty of balls past the head string. The cue ball has stayed down the bottom end of the table, and the one ball has decided to stay at the top. So I don't think we'll be seeing a run out here, or at least an attempted run out. The balls have spread very nicely for the run out though, and that has presented Bobby with few options for safety. He'd ideally like to have 2 balls as an option to hide behind. Okay. We're going to see some Bobby magic, or has he called a push? He's called the push. And that will give Naji the choice of playing his shot from where the cue balls landed, or giving it back to Bobby. Looks like he's taking it on. You see he's using that 7 and a 4 as a target to rest behind. They clustered up after Bobby's push. Well, Naji's just looked up to the sky there. He feels like he's left something on, or it appeared that it looked like he has. But from here it just looks like the combination would be Bobby's only option. Now, it was a tough ask to go for that combination. However, he's not played a good safety at all. Not at all. And that 4-7 cluster looks like it will allow the 4 to go into the top corner pocket. So there's a path to success here in this rack for Naji. The Hungarian's just finished a bit straight there. You saw a little nod from his head. Oh, he's made a lovely little angle and squeezed it through the gap. Both players settling in nicely now. Now, he's looking at both options, centre pocket or top right. He's elected for the centre with a trace of side, and he's come up lovely for the 4 here. Really doesn't need to do too much on this 4. Stop shot without covering himself with the 7 would be ideal. Yeah, just to make sure he pushed the cue ball over towards the 7 so it would have bumped it out the way. Good opportunity here for Naji. as you saw there. He does like his cue low towards the cue ball. Popped out nicely now. This could be our first break against the opponent's break. And he's run it around the angles, lovely. You fully expect him to take this. Ooh, an out Hungarian. Yeah, unforced error. Oh, hits the right hand knuckle first, and these predator pockets aren't forgiving. And this is a gift for Bobby. Yep, needed to make sure of the cue ball running up that end of the table, but Francis Gregory Bobby takes the lead again, going with each player's break. But you really felt that was the Hungarians there, and will that 9-ball come back to haunt him later in this match? Well, what remains to be seen. So we just see a little roundup of the shots there. The Hungarian making a great pattern, but just not sealing the deal, I'm afraid. And at this level, they are the sort of mishaps that will get punished. Well, Naji has made a dry break as we just look in the background match there. Yeah. Giving Bobby a look at this and a good look at the one. Just a reminder of our other TV table being streamed for you right now with my illustrious colleague Graham, is between the German Merrick Reschat and the Swissman René Brand. Tight game, 3-2 to the German in that match. Yeah, looked to just smother that cue ball through for the 2. The 8-ball was threatening. Looks like he's done it. Fine margins. But with the dry break, there's been a good spread of the balls here. Certainly presents a good opportunity for the Frenchman. Very composed around the table. Doesn't rush, not even with the threat of a shot clock. That's very good to see. Keeps his own rhythm. Just wants to be on good shape for this 5 to make sure he finds that 6-ball. I think he's landed straight enough that he can just freeze the cue ball across. And that 6-ball From this camera angle, looks like it's a relatively simple pot in that center pocket, so Bobby staring down the opportunity to take an early lead in this match. Yep, looking to play that in such a way that he left himself as straight as possible on this 9. And Gregory Bobby taking an early 2-rack lead in this match, in this race to 8. The scoreline now 3-1 to the Frenchman. And good early signs, especially with alternate break. It's his break now. He'll have a chance to make that lead 1 rack more, as we see him through the highlight reel. And his pattern play was second to none. As I mentioned, Gregory Bobby with the break, leading 3-1 against the Hungarian Naji. Oh, just squeezes the 2 in. However, only 1 ball behind the head string and a little turn away from Bobby there. Yeah, that 1 ball catch in the middle knuckle came back down the bottom of the table, which caused the problem there. And in doing so, it's sitting in a lovely position for the Hungarian. This would be a good time to just nip Bobby's run in the bud. Well, the 4 ball is flat up against the cushion there, but that might actually help Naji here, because he doesn't need to do too much off of that to land on the 5. And that 5 is going to need to be potted in the bottom left pocket, or just needs to be careful on which side of the 5 he lands. Yep. Finished with a nice angle. Great camera angle showing how he just needed to bridge over that corner knuckle. Didn't look easy. Made the pot soundly. Now, the key shot here. He's played it delicately. It's on its way. Did he hit it hard enough? No, he did not. Wow. I'm sure there was some woos in the crowd there. It is ball in hand indeed, Bobby. Oh. wanted to stay on that side of the 7 and tried to play it as delicately as possible, but in doing so didn't make the pocket. Would have gone. And what looked like a great opportunity for the Hungarian has now flipped over into Gregory Bobby's camp. Yeah, decided to come high for a shot into this centre pocket. He's made a couple into the centre pocket today. From these angles, pushing the cue ball through. And the cue ball will be tracking up towards the 9 nicely, so really just needs to make sure of the pot here. Great angle. Well, he was straight as a die. And that's the best he could get. This to take a 3-rack lead. Well, Francis Gregory Bobby teasing the middle pocket, but making the 9 and taking a 4-1 lead, which gets him to the halfway mark. And Hungarian's Naji will be asking a few questions as we look at the German on our other TB table at the table. Merrick Rashat is 5-2 up against the René Brand. So looks like plenty of action happening on both tables right now. Nice view of our Aramith balls. A little bump on the floor with the cue. Bit of disappointment. He made the 8, but as we've seen before, the player's not getting balls up into the bulk line. And if you don't make the kitchen with 2 balls, even with making a ball, it's an illegal break. And a few times now Bobby's found himself at the table, and although Naji's had chances, he's certainly given away more. Long one with a bump on the 4, hoping to get position on the 2, and they are close together, if that is a gap at all. How's he finished? Is it straight? Well, our referee taking an extra close look at this. I think that's the right shot there. Using the 9 ball to full effect and putting Naji in a difficult spot here. The call of time was just before him playing the shot, but it doesn't seem to have affected it. He's come out of that with a good safety. Had to play that shot with a lot of left hand side on the cue ball, which he did. Even got the 9 ball moving, but that 4 ball covering it very effectively. Bobby with his jump stick out. Makes the jump, makes the pot. Well, that is a fantastic shot. He walks away quite nonchalant, as a Frenchman would. But that is a fantastic shot. And, dare I say, has left him with a good angle on this 3. Well, the cue ball has run up into the 4. And that is not ideal. He's looking at the 4 into that corner pocket. But I don't think that's on. Indeed, he was looking at the angle. He wants to bring the cue ball off down here. 2 rails with the 9 ball. Yes. And again, not giving Naji much to get his fingers into here. Looks like he'll be bringing the jump stick out too. Well, the 6 is very close to the 4 here. He's going to do well to make the jump and avoid the 6. Might even be looking at a bank shot as a bonus. Great contact. How's the 4 ball looking? Well, there was a shout of a bank shot. That 4 ball looks to have gone just far enough. Or has it? The thinnest of cuts for Bobby here. No, wasn't on. Didn't feel it was on. And he's played a very delicate safety here, looking to lock the cue ball and the 4 ball together. And he's judged the pace of that to perfection. I think it was all Bobby could do, really, in the position he found himself in. And likewise, Naji needed to be precise with his cue ball control there. Looks like a bit of a masse from Bobby here, which he did successfully, however, has been unsuccessful with the outcome. This, you would have to say, is the opportunity Naji needs. Yeah, it was nice and straight on the 5, so didn't need to do too much. Probably would like to have come back a trace more to not have to do too much again with the cue ball here. As it is now, there's a bit more of an angle. Oh, played another delicate one. This time it reaches the center pocket, and that has put him in A1 position. Yeah. And after Bobby taking a 4-1 lead. This is a welcome sign for our Hungarian fans watching today. No miss on the 9. Waiting for the ball to stop, as they should do with the rules. And Hungarians, Naji finds himself with a 4-2 deficit, but a good chance of getting his teeth back into this match. There we see the great jump shot on the 2 ball from Bobby there. And Gregory Bobby has the chance just to snuff out any momentum here that Naji may have got from that win. He's made a ball off the break here, but only 1 ball has gone up into the kitchen. And an acknowledgement from Bobby there. That's an illegal break. So, has there been a little bit of turn with the pool gods here? Oh. It looks like Naji has given it back to Bobby. As you can see, no shot on the 2. So we'll see a push. And Bobby deciding to use the 4 as a control to try and slow the cue ball down towards that short rail, which he's done. It is a push. Naji could give it back, but it looks like he's not. Well, I dare to say he caught it a bit thicker than he anticipated, so both balls came out at a similar pace. And Bobby is presented with another thin cut in the middle pocket, one he'd turned down earlier. This one possibly a bit easier, but it was difficult nevertheless. However, he's put this cue ball on purpose, ladies and gentlemen, to take on this 3-9 combo. Our camera angle alluding to it just being off. So this isn't a gimme. Oh, and makes it in the center of the pocket. And, well, from Naji having the opportunity to maybe swing the scoreline a little bit further towards himself, finds the Frenchman Bobby finishing off that rack quite quickly with the 3-9 combo. Great stuff for us viewers at home. Not so nice for our Hungarian, as he finds himself back at the table to break, trailing by 2 racks to 5, race to 8. Sudden death. Couple of balls threatened pushing in the corner pocket. Nothing went. And that will bring Bobby up to bat, and as you see that, he certainly hit it hard enough, but nothing dropping. And Bobby left with a shot on the 1. He's overcut that. He's overcut that indeed. has left a similar shot on for Naji here. The 2 is situated quite nicely in that he just needs to make sure of the pot and good pace of the cue ball. Oh, and he's done the same, but if not, dare I say it, a bit worse. And that is not a good sign. It was a good opportunity. And Bobby finds himself back to the table, surprisingly, I would imagine. Oh, both players finding a bit of trouble with this 1 ball in the corner pocket. I doubt that Naji will find this one as tricky. Oh, he caught that thicker than intended. Maybe looking just to hold the cue ball to finish a particular side of the 2, but it didn't work out for Bobby. Oh, and that cue ball's running towards the centre pocket. Oh, my lord. We've just been given 3 or 4 shots that really aren't in tune with this match so far. And there was always the chance of the scratch there, but these players at this level know better than that. And that is just a pure misjudgment from Naji. And that leaves Bobby in with a chance of making position on this 3. The 3 was tricky because the 4 and the 8 were blocking its path into the corner pocket. However, if he can navigate this 3, he does have his balls remaining in the clear. And he's made it in the centre. As you can see, he is going to be reaching with this. Bobby does look quite tall, but not tall enough on these predator tables. Playing on a Simonis cloth with Aramith balls. And all these tables have been playing great over the past 8 days. We do have another day of play to come tomorrow. But do not be fooled, there is still plenty of action coming today. Lots of 9 ball. Now, needing to call an extension here. He's had a few looks at this 5. Played it a bit thick. I think he was doing that to avoid the middle pocket, but played it too thick. And as I was mentioning, Simonis cloth, tight pockets, predator table, Aramith balls can sometimes equal situations like this. And I think Naji has got a view of this 5. Went cushion first. Knew the cue ball was going to be running off a couple of rails, but how do you like that? Has judged it to perfection. And it's shots like that that can just bring that little pop in your step back. Has a slight angle on this 7. And I do say slight. Great camera angle. Yeah, use that slight angle with a bit of running side to come off 2 cushions. Won't mind the cue ball resting there. Yeah, can do with a little bounce off this cushion. Straightens it up beautifully. And this will be just what Naji will have wanted when he stepped up. Made a good run. See, just both players being careful as to not grab any balls out of the pockets while there's still balls running on the table. A good habit to have with the rules being the way they are. You must wait for all balls to stop running on the table so as to avoid any interruption. Yeah, that cushion first shot by Naji really did open up that run out for him. And we find he's brought the scoreline back to a 2-rack deficit. Gregory Bobby to break, leading 5 racks to 3, race to 8. Well, 2 balls straight away went in the corner pocket. I think the 1 ball has cut into the middle too. A massive break from Bobby, but has been given no reward by the looks of it. Well, dare I say, probably his hardest break yet. However, has completely got no shot on this 2. Does have the option to push. But where would you push to, ladies and gentlemen? Well, he made a little call. I didn't pick it up on the microphone. Looks like push. It was indeed push, and he's looked to push both the 5 and the 7 onto the cushion. That would have been a lovely shot. The 5's come up a bit short. The 7's done the job. And the cue ball, even though in the centre of the table, does not leave an easy pot for Naji on this 2. So, what's he looking to do here? Will he look to pot the 8? Oh, I was wondering if he was going to try and flick off the 2 onto the 8, but he has managed to find a beautiful line down this side of the table. And that is a very good safety at this stage, especially to hold his momentum. Well, he's just taken another look down here. It looks like the cue ball is just tied enough in that he can't get enough left hand. He's going to try and put left hand side on this cue ball to flick it towards the 2, which he's done to great effect. Makes a good shot, but leaves options for Naji. And one of them options is a 2-9 combination, which he just had a little wry look at, but that was all it was. Just calls this extension. Key shot. Well, misses the shot. How does he leave it? Ooh. Well, the 8 may have come to the rescue here, but in that situation, it also leaves the 8 with the opportunity for a combination. It's a tricky one. There's a lot of distance between the balls. He's gone for the combination and has made it. And did the cue ball track up the table further than the blue 2? Well, that's a lovely shot. Very difficult with that much distance between the two balls. And he's got the thinnest of edges. Ooh, and he's actually hit that too thin. A bit reminiscent of the one ball earlier. Yeah, difficult to judge when they're that thin. And that presents Naji with another good look. Very smooth stroke. Just speeding up a little bit round the table. Maybe he does feel the momentum swinging and just wants to stay on that wave while it's still rolling. Ooh, he's come a bit straight on this 7. We'll just force him to be a bit more careful with position. Ooh. It looked like cushion first, I'm not too sure. He played it very quickly. But if so, that was a nicely done. Bit of confidence. And Naji brings it back to 5-4. Just a little comment from him there. I'm not too sure exactly what that was about, whether it was in Hungarian or not. But great signs for him and great for us at home. Maybe he was just asking for a rest break. Yeah, he did, and that he played it cushion first, ladies and gentlemen, and just shows a bit of confidence. He was straight on it, of course, and yeah, for more amateur players at home, something that you don't often even think of in your repertoire, and you sometimes would want to put a bit more effort into that shot and sometimes force the miss. Certainly one to practice, as we see in our other TV table in the background. Looks like that's over. And we'll have a double check of the score as Bobby in our bottom right of the screen just has a little snack, keep the energy levels up. We're over the halfway point now. He's still in the lead. Just have a quick reminder of what happened over on table 2. It looks like the German won triumphantly, Merrick Rishat against René Brand. A good win for him there, and hopefully a few of you are joining from that table now to catch the end of this match. As you can see on the screen, my name is Gethin Davis, and Graham Hickman was just on our other TV table. A very insightful player and commentator, and the arena looking spectacular. We are in Assen, in the north of the Netherlands, as I mentioned in an earlier match. Assen's also famous for its racetrack and its TT, a famous race. But for the past 8 days, and for tomorrow, it's home to one of the top European US pool events. And it's been a great event. We've had 8, 9, 10 straight, and also team events, which were a lot of fun to watch. And we have both the 45 plus and 55 plus male seniors, along with the ladies playing. And all of these matches are being followed live on the Epbf website, where you can get all of the different disciplines and groups. It has fixtures, results, links to the streaming channels. And please do, if you're watching live right now, or if you're watching this on playback, please give us a like. And if you haven't already, subscribe, and you can get live updates as to when matches are coming up. But bringing it back to table 1 here, race to 8, we've got the Frenchman Gregory Bobby leading by 5 racks to 4 against the Hungarian Naji. And a little quick summary. Bobby was running away with it, taking a quick lead, getting up to 5, but Naji has started to claw back at this and does find himself trailing only by 1 rack. Is under the clock. Just needs to get back out there and rack them balls together. Alternate break. And as I mentioned, 9-ball today. We have more matches coming up for you after this. The next round of matches will be beginning in 45 minutes our time, their time, your time, and here that would be 5:45 in the evening. As we return to the table, Naji to break, looking to get this back to 5 apiece. Oh, that 1 ball just missed the middle pocket. That makes for a dry break, legal or not. Well, nothing obvious for Bobby here. Cue balls come up against the long rail, which makes his cueing a little bit more difficult. Bit of traffic down at this end of the table, at the bottom end of the table as we look at it. So he does have options if he can bring the cue ball down there in any way, shape or form. However, as an option, he does have the option to push. He also has the option, as it was an illegal break, to put Naji back into play, which he has done. So clearly, this is a bit trickier than we originally thought. Well, Naji played the 1 into the 5, looking to bring the cue ball up to this side of the table, which he has done. He taps the table, but in fairness, I think he wanted to try and put the cue ball somewhere down there anyway. However, maybe he was tapping for where the 1 ball has ended up. But that's a tricky spot for both players. So tricky that we see a professional foul from Bobby there. But that will give it into Naji's hand. Would be looking to put it safe, if not safer, again. A lot of traffic. The cue ball just needs to push up towards that 6. I don't think it has done. Ooh, Naji's face giving it away. It looks like Bobby can get through there, and not just get through there. He may even have a look at the pot here. Oh, the cue ball. Oh, the cue ball. Oh, well, I think that's what he wanted, but maybe not with the cue ball that tight. The 1 ball came up and down. In fact, came up and down perfect. Nearly went in on the bank, but has come up behind the 3. And that 1 ball is hugged in that corner pocket. Oh, that was a tricky shot for Naji there. He had to find it through the gap, and he needed to miss the 8 ball. He didn't. And from having ball in hand, he's returned the favour to Bobby. And with the 6-7 clumped up there, Bobby has decided to go for a second foul here. And with a 3 foul rule, this could get tricky for Naji. But that 6-7 cluster there really to snuff out a run, and that is another foul. Missed the 1 ball. A great effort. Had a chance of it coming back off 2 rails and still clipping it. 1, 2. Just didn't release up early enough. Now, choices for Bobby. It looks like I was going to say it looked like the choice was safe, but he is also hitting the 1 ball up towards the pot. But that's not what he was going for, and I'm afraid I don't think that's good enough to get a 3rd foul here. However, where the 1 ball is, Naji does need to be careful that there isn't a scratch on there. Came up behind it, needs to hit a cushion, it has. And that 4 ball may be fully covering it as well. So, another swing and maybe a sting in this rack yet. I don't know if there's a 2 rail out here, but he'll be threading that cue ball between the 8 and the 2 if he is. Oh, and it's just caught the 8 first. That's ball in hand. How did they end up? Well, they've not ended up too bad at all. The 3 has a path past the 8. The 6-7 are no longer clustered together. Oh, and with ball in hand, Naji's missed the 1 ball. Very, very unexpected. Was looking, just wanted to leave an angle to run past the 4, stay possibly high on the 2, and as it is, the 1 ball has just kicked out enough to stop the cut, but that hasn't stopped the bank shot. And Bobby makes it with ease and has brought the cue ball round nicely for the 3. It's not an easy shot that he's left on the 3 as we look at the replay there. It's a very nice shot. Well, there's a gap into the corner pocket. He's played at pocket speed. Makes it. A little bit of an exhale from Bobby there. This is not straightforward. Knows he's got to do a little bit more work. Look at the concentration. Great focus. Looks like it's finished rather nice on this 4. For a long pot into the bottom right corner. What angle is he wanting to choose for the 5? Well, he's punched that in and given himself as big an angle as he wanted. And now this is the key shot. Needs to bring the cue ball down. for a nice shape on this 6. Nothing too dramatic. All about pace, and he's played that fantastic. Did not bring the 9 ball into play. Does it look like he'll miss the 7? Ooh. Could, with a lot of screw back, and also held the cue ball as well. So position on the 8 to regain a 2 rack lead, and he is playing these very tightly. Yeah, Naji clearly not happy with himself there. And this will be a little bit more salt in the wounds. As you can see from that angle, he's nigh on die straight. And Francis Gregory Bobby, after giving his opponent ball in hand, also nearly making 3 fouls against his opponent, finds himself back with a 2 rack lead. Maybe a little surprised with that. Naji would be sorely disappointed. Yeah, he made some important pots here. Yeah, opening up with a good bank on the 1 after the missed one. Just ran away from the centre pocket. And with each shot, Bobby got back into the swing of things. Leads by 6 racks to 4, race to 8, breaking to get on the hill. Well, made a ball, but an illegal break. The green 6 careering in the corner pocket, only the 8 going up in past the bulk line into the kitchen. Naji looking at this 1 ball. Is he looking at the 1-9 combo? He did. He was. And he failed. Little wry smile, maybe just thinking things aren't going his way at the moment, but that was an opportunity. Has he left a similar one, although more difficult, for our Bobby? Well, the 1 has finished near the 9 ball. There are probably better options for a safety. However, this would be a nice way to keep the momentum going. We could be looking at a 1-9 combination here. No. We could be looking at a 1-9 combination, and he's not made it. And as luck would have it, he's now probably left a more straightforward of a 1-9 combination. So both players having a go. Naji up for his second crack at this. Makes it very well. A small reprieve from missing the first opportunity at the 1-9 combo. And maybe a little bit of a misstep from Bobby there, because playing it in that way, the 9 was going to be left around the corner pocket if it were to be missed. I Clearly he didn't expect the 1 to land where it did. But Naji, he must be going through a swing of emotions at the moment. First of all thinking it wouldn't go his way, and now only trailing by 1 rack with the break. Well, again, the 1 ball's not made the centre pocket. That's a dry break. Yeah, a couple of disappointing breaks from Naji. Not going his way. The 1 ball has sat out in the open, but not in potting position for Bobby. Yeah, looking to use the string of 3, 9 and 8 to block a path for the 1. Has done it very well, but the cue ball is far enough away from the cushion and in a position to be attacked with the jump stick. That looks to be Naji's approach here. Oh, makes the jump, but not the pot. However, fluke the 4. Little raise of the hand. The jump shot in itself was fantastic. Although he didn't make the pot, it was a difficult jump shot to judge. Well, he's looked to put the cue ball behind the 5 there. And I'm not too sure if he's done that. Looks like there's a clear edge. If not, you could see full ball of this one. More than that, Bobby could see the pot. He's made it. And he's held the cue ball nicely for the 2. Was always the danger of running a little bit on with the 6 getting in the way there. And nice shape on the 3. Needs to go for the 5 next. Little knock on the 6 doesn't do any harm. Or has it? He's now straight on it. But I don't think that will present with too much of a problem. If it is, we'll give him a good angle on the 6. Oh, there was a bit of an angle as well. So Bobby's still composed. 3 balls away from reaching the hill here. Maybe feeling it a little bit. Again, a little straight on this 7 if you want to be picky. I think a little call over for the extension here. Appreciates the magnitude of this pot. Oh, Gregory Bobby called the extension. Clearly knew the importance of the pot. Looked like he was trying to punch the cue ball off the cushion and forced it, forcing the 7 out of the pocket. So Naji back at the table, a bit surprisingly. He's gone for the cut down the rail, and as we've seen on a few occasions in this match, it's been overcut, and this time the object ball has finished plumb over the middle pocket. Yeah, and tap on the table from Naji. He'd be disappointed, but that was not an easy cut. However, easy or not, Bobby gets another go at this clearance. Ooh, just lost the cue ball a little. Little bit of a story of the match in a few places, to be fair. Makes the cut. Did make it a little bit difficult for himself there, but Gregory Bobby of France getting to the hill, with Naji trailing by 2 racks, back on 5. So it will be do or die for Naji from this point on. As we see Bobby making some key pots, but also a key miss. And sadly, Naji could not capitalize on it. So, if Naji is to get a go at turning this around, he's going to need Gregory Bobby to make a mistake, breaking at 7-5 up on the hill. Well, plenty of balls made it up to the kitchen, but none made it into a pocket. And that will give Naji a very nice look at the one here. Yeah, left himself an angle on this too. The 3 is in a tricky spot where that 4 ball is. The pink 4 just narrowing down Naji's options here. Needs to make this 2. Oh, he's made that very well and has floated the cue ball over to a great position. As you can see from this angle, that is on a 6pence. Yeah, how's he left himself on the 4? Yeah, left a good chunk of angle to be able to run through. Not come through as far as he'd like. However, just needs to make the pot. Should be natural shape back up for this 6 ball. Well, he hasn't made it. Does look like he may have brought the 7 in as a rescuer. And if he has, that could have saved him. Because if it hasn't, there's not much left for Gregory Bobby to do. Well, he could make it. And he has. And he's left a shot on the 6. Not an easy shot. Just another walk around the table and a deep breath. Bobby is on the hill, ladies and gentlemen, so composure is key. What a shot. Went for and made the cross bank into the centre pocket. May even put the 7 in the same pocket. Has he got too much of an angle? Well, this is a highlight shot, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. Clean as a whistle. Needs to be very careful for this 8-ball. How's the bounce? And again, he's bounced it perfect. Oh, looked like he hit it a bit fat. Bit of a similar 9-ball to that he left himself earlier. Thin cut. This time, it's a blind pocket. A little slurp of the water. Deep breath. Bobby for the win. Gregory Bobby, ladies and gentlemen, takes this losers round 3 match by 8 racks to 5. And a little bit of a conversation between him and the Hungarian. He'll be delighted with that result. And just to keep you updated, we are going to have more matches coming for you very shortly. Next matches will be at 1:45 in 15 minutes. So please do stay tuned. Both this and Table 2 will be streamed live for you. A big thank you for joining us. My name's Gethin Davis, and we look forward to seeing you later today. Goodbye.
get ready. I have to just stop you. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's logical.
It's important.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome everyone joining us here in the Netherlands, in Assen, for the European Seniors Championships. We're coming down to the final few days now. We've had quite some days of all types of pool. We've checked off the 8-ball, the 10-ball, and the straight pool, but we have the 9-ball and the teams remaining. This is a losers qualifications match. Race to 8. We have Germany against Finland, and Sakari Alanen from Finland definitely has a tough match here against Martin Steinlag from Germany, who's already a few medals in the bag this event. He did win the 8-ball and a silver in the straight pool, so he's had a very good event thus far, as has a lot of the German players, both in the men's and the ladies. So we have alternate break, race to 8, and we are playing the 3-point rule, which means players will need to make 3 points on the break for it to be deemed as a legal break. You get 1 point for pocketing a ball and 1 point for getting a ball past the break line. As long as you get 3 points, everything is good. First break to Germany. Trying to get that 1 ball in the side. That wing ball in the bottom right corner. Oh, this could be just making the points. First look at the 1. My name is Graham Hickman, and I'll be joining you through this match and the following matches for the rest of this evening. We have one more match coming up after this one before we move into tomorrow's final day, where we'll have the finals of the teams and the 9-ball. Yes, pretty big shot needed here. He does have a shot. He's going to have to put a bit of a stroke on this to get it all back down table. He scratched maybe. Yeah, he had to put a bit of a shot on that. The 3-ball was all the way down on the short reel. So a nice opener for the Finnish player. Ball in hand. Makes it a little bit easier to get down for that 3. He does have to come back up table for the 4 and then back down for the 5. Oh wow. Well, that's not the start you want from ball in hand. I think he was thinking so much about the position to get up for the 4-ball. Kind of forgot about the 1. Might just draw this back a little bit onto the... He's going to play high and leave a thinner 3-ball, it seems. Yeah, obviously it's very early in this match and only the first rack, but a bit of a missed opportunity there. Just to try and get his hand on the table, settle down on this TV table. Obviously Martin has gone quite deep in a few of the disciplines so far, so you would think he's the more comfortable out of the 2. And looking at the history, I don't think Sakari has actually played previously in the European Championship, so it's his first time. But he's still just 1 match away from making the single elimination stage, so he must be playing pretty well. How's the pace here? Looks pretty good. Does he have to play into the 9-ball here? Or can he... Maybe he can just hold it without playing into the 9. He might choose to play into the 9 just to kind of guarantee that he doesn't hook himself. I wouldn't blame him if he played into the 9 here. But he could probably still just hold it. Just depends how he sees the shot. He's played into the 6 even, and that'll work out. Bit more risky playing into the 6, I felt, but all comes down to how the player sees the shot, and they obviously have a much closer view of the position than we do. But he has played it pretty well. He's in good shape now. Just getting that cue ball up above the 8-ball. Somewhere in the middle of the table would be fine. Is that a bit short? Yeah, a little bit. Could have done with a few more rotations on that cue ball. He's going to have to play this with a little bit of probably right-hand spin and just drag this down to the left side of the table. Just makes it a little bit more trickier than you would have liked. Yeah, no problem. It's actually quite a natural angle in the end just to drop this in. So gets the first one on the board. And like I said earlier, a bit of a missed opportunity there early on, but no major damage yet. First rack to Germany, and then we get to see the break of the Finnish player. So interesting, going for the open bridge rather than using the rail, hand on the table. Less common than what you normally see. Didn't make any balls. Got the points fine, but has left a shot on the one. And I'm wondering if it's thin enough to come straight down the middle. Yeah, where he's putting his cue. Can he pot this straight down the middle there? Come just to the right of the 9. Use the bottom short rail possibly and come back up table. I think the shot is on. You may need to play with just a trace of left, just to make sure. Oh, where's the cue ball going to go? It's okay. And I think you can cue quite nice between the 8 ball and the 6 ball there, and he's got a good angle to go up for the 3. So you would love to come a little bit higher up table because he does have to come back for the 4. That looks pretty good. And you can just draw this down a little bit. Good chance now. He landed pretty straight. So he's lost position here. I think he was trying to get down for the 4 on the side. Kind of in between. Is he looking at the 4 on the side with the chance of the 9? It's a little bit aggressive, but might not have another shot. The 9 ball might be able to hold the cue ball a little bit. That's a pretty good shot though. Might need another one. I don't know if he can kill the cue ball. Looks like he's got too much angle here to hold for the 6. It's one of them shots where he's got to play with a bit of pace. If he's coming to the left side of the table, back across to the right side. You could try to dead weight it in the corner. Very tough. Yeah, he's playing it with pace. Oh, he's played that really well. What a great shot. He's even got a little bit of angle as well. I think you can avoid the 8 ball, so 2 rails. Pace is good. He's quite a tall guy as well, so he should be able to reach over this no problem. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Not sure how straight he is on the 8. Is he kind of in the 50-yard line? If he could have played a stop shot, play the 9 ball in the left centre would have been ideal. But I think he's just got a hair of angle, so he might have to go forwards. No, he's just decided to take it in the top corner. Keep it simple. I like that option. Plays a big pocket and he's pretty close to the 9 ball, so nicely done. So a good run out there. Punished the dry break from Alanin. It's an interesting break from the Finn, just with his open hand on the table, and not very often you do see that. Some players prefer to do it. Maybe it has worked in previous matches, so whatever works, as long as you're not getting dry breaks. So, breaking for Germany. There you see, hand on the rail. It's normally what you see for most players. Oh, double wing ball. Cue ball might be hidden though. Does he have a little sniff on the 1? I don't think so. It's a pretty good break, just unfortunately, I think it was the 7 ball. Spoils the party. Yeah, there you see. Push out will be needed potentially. Could push out in the bottom left corner pocket. Leave a tempter. Pushing up at the top of the table doesn't really give much benefit. Yeah, it might be down there. Bottom left corner pocket for me looks the most obvious. He would still leave a shot for Sakari. Yes, I think he's pushed into a jump scenario. Yeah, he's going to give this back for sure. It's one of those breaks where wherever you kind of put the cue ball, if you did leave a view on the 1, was probably to advantage of your opponent. So sometimes you have to push into these scenarios and knowing that you're probably going to get it back. So jump shot here. Pretty good hit, but where's it going to finish is the question. Well, it's not bad, because I don't think it goes in the bottom left. Maybe it does. We'll maybe see in a moment. I don't think it goes in the bottom right, past the 9. Probably see from the pocket angle. Well, there we do. It does go past. So good chance here. That was a good shot to judge that. Pace. Very good. If he doesn't like the roll forward, he can play it off the long rail and back out, but looks like he can go forward. Yeah, just drop this in. Maybe he could have done with rolling that up a bit further closer to the 9. Just don't know if he's got the best angle here, so he might have to play this off the top short reel or play a stop shot and take his medicine. But yeah, a couple more rolls would have been nice. Got to go up and down now. He's going to get lucky here. The way that he's playing these shots tells me it's more nerves. Just rolling them in. Not saying that players have to thump them in, but you can normally tell if someone's a little bit nervous, just maybe a bit more tentative on the shots. But he has got a bit of a roll here. Not really much places to get some cover, so Martin kind of going for the pot a little bit there. He's going to leave a little bit of a shot here. A bit of pressure on this one now after landing just missed one a moment ago. Yeah, body language early on in this match is not looking so positive. Feeling it a little bit. Obviously he's got a tough opponent in Martin here, but he has had a few chances, just not being able to capitalise on them. And if Martin can punish, it just adds more salt into the wounds and puts even more pressure on. Yeah, that 9 ball just playing a little bit of a problem. Yeah, the bridging hand was causing him some discomfort. I still felt Martin would have potted that one, to be honest. A little bit of a bend here. Well, he's just looking. I don't know how deep the 6 ball is in the corner pocket. You've got to be a bit careful. If it is really deep, sometimes you might not be able to go cushion first, and if you try to bend it too much, the cue ball could follow in. He was able to play it pretty clean in the end. 7 goes in the side past the 9, so a good chance to get one on the board here. So Alan gets his first one on the board. Trailing 2 racks to 1. But with his break coming up, maybe getting a chance to get some table time, get that confidence going. Even though he picked up the pieces there, I still feel he's feeling the pressure at the moment. Be nice to get some balls down, get him a bit comfortable. Well, there you go. This could be an illegal break though. Yeah, he makes 2 balls, but he doesn't get the points. The 1 ball going in and the wing ball. So it can work. You just got to hit the balls correctly, but the 2 doesn't go past. So it probably will have to be some kind of safety. He could play off the left edge of the 2. Or you could roll up. He's trying to roll up, I think, behind the 6 ball, is it? Yeah, it's not bad. Playing this kick shot off kind of 3 rails makes the 2 ball quite big, just because of the angles that you come into that corner area of the long rail, the short rail, and then back on the long rail. Try and catch that 2 ball from the bottom side. Be surprised if he doesn't make contact with this just on this kind of angle. Oh, he went to go top side. Thought he might have came on the bottom side just to give yourself every chance to hit it. Bit of a misjudgment there, gives him ball in hand. That just makes position a little bit easier with ball in hand. He's underhit that ever so slightly though. Does he have to come up for the 5 in the side, or can he actually hold it? He tried to hold it, but he forgot about the most important thing, potting the 4. So Martin also a little bit out of sorts. How's the pace? It's a little bit short. Yes, he's going to pot this 5. He's going to have to draw this off the right long rail. Try and find the gap between the 8 and 9. He's lost the cue ball. Is he going to scratch? No, but didn't really get into the cue ball, and they just kind of just potted it naturally a little bit. It's a tester. Yeah, cued across that one. How's he left it? I think it's cuttable in the side. It's thin, but it does go in the top left as well. Sorry, the top right as we look there. Possibly the cut into the side might be more favourable. If you can pot this with bottom left. Play it slow enough into that, say, short rail, middle diamond area. Just play it with bottom left, and it should just come back naturally towards the 7. Just dig down on this. Yeah. Just play it slow enough so it bites. Oh, he's played that well. Oh, wow, he's hit that a bit hard, though. Yeah, is it worth taking this on? Maybe it is. Go for this one in the top left, in the top corner. But he's not going for it. Opting for the safety. I think he's got it. Having a close look. Maybe jump cue. That was a pretty good hit. Might be leaving it though. How's the pace? Gets past the 9. Oh, just enough. If that lands under the 9, that changes this shot massively. I think he's left it just natural angle. Might even just be able to drop this in. He'd like to draw it a little bit if he could. Just keep the cue ball above that middle diamond. Just makes the 8 ball a little bit easier. Yeah, he could. So he's got another 50-yard line shot here. Oh, nicely done. Manages to get the rewards from that safety shot. And then it's back over to the German's break as well, so he'd be looking to try and capitalise. You see 2 tables in operation. We're live streaming both at the same time. Table 1 and Table 2. Both on YouTube on the ProBilliardTV channel. Along with all the other live events that are going on. The World Doubles Championships. There's a lot of stuff happening at the moment. Plenty of pool to whet your appetite. But back to this one. Both players battling to get into this single elimination stage. Makes a ball in the side. Does he have a shot on the 1? If he can't pot it clean, does have a cushion first option with possible good shape to come round for the 2 ball as well, if he can't pot it clean, which I think he can. Maybe a touch shorter pace, a bit closer at the cushion than he would have liked. Just because of where the 4 ball is. Yeah, he's in a little bit two minds here, because he's going to have to play the 2 pretty pacey. If he wants to come back down table. That's why he's digging down. Maybe he was playing for the combination in the side. He's definitely lost a cue ball there. It's the only saving here is if he does want to take it towards the side pocket, there's a ball there. Taking it in the top corner, much more difficult. Oh wow, great shot that. That's as difficult as they come. Ball in the centre of the table, tight on the rail. Very nicely done. Pace is pretty good. He just plays stop shot here. Would give him a nice angle on that 7 just to drift down for the 8. Wouldn't be doing much with his cue ball. Yeah. Just drop this in. Should naturally. Could even choose to play with a touch of left. Just to hit. So this 8 and 9 for a break and run. Yeah, that was a nice break and run. A couple of good shots in there. Gets him on a 4-1 lead. So the Finn player needs to try to get something going. It was a pretty okay break last time. Just didn't seem to get enough points. I think because the break was just a little bit tentative. And because he made 2 balls, there wasn't left much really going up table. Yeah, he does make the points this time, but no balls. And he has left a shot on the 1. The balls aren't so pretty at the minute, but does have a shot on the 1. Try and make something happen. 2's quite close to it, so position-wise, there's options. I think he was just handbag queuing there, so you could tell he must have made a foul with his cue because he totally mishit that 1. So ball in hand makes this a little bit more straightforward. If you can leave this 2 quite straight, pot the 1 and then run forward with the 2 to get nice on the 3. 3 to 4 needs a bit of care as well. Yeah, he's fractionally under hit that, so 4 does go in the top left past the 5, I believe. But he would have liked to have rolled a bit further forward. He's got to put a little bit of a shot on this now. I'll have to maybe draw this under the centre pocket. Yeah, I think that was a little bit self-inflicted from the 1 to 2 to 3. But chance has fallen to Martin. Really the only shot here. Well, 2 shots really. 5 to 6. Just needs a little bit of attention, but if he just has a good angle on the 6, he can come a couple of reels to the bottom, a short reel. And that might give him some nice options there. You see the 7 does go past the 8 as well. How's the angle? Doesn't want to be too straight. I think he's just got enough. He can punch this off the long reel, back across to where he's standing. Try and get somewhere below the black. Oh, that's perfect. What a great shot. Perfect angle just to drop this in. 7 goes past the 8. Couldn't have put that much better. So Martin punishing the mistake here. Missed opportunity there with ball in hand from Alanin. He's had a couple of chances like that which he hasn't capitalised, and you really have to take those chances, especially at this level. So it looks like Alanin's just going to take a short time out. The players are going to take a break. I will take a few minutes as well, and we will return to the conclusion of this match. Once he returns, don't go away, we'll be right back. Well, welcome back. Players back from their timeout. For those just joining us, we are here in the Netherlands, in Assen, for the European Pool Championships Seniors Edition. This is an over 55s 9-ball match. Losers qualification, race to 8. He's going to get the 2 in the corner. Yes, he is. It's Germany against Finland. I was just checking if it was a legal break, and it was, because the balls came up and down from the top. So we're playing 3-point rule. Players need to make 3 points. By making a ball gets you 1 point, and getting a ball past the break line gets you another, as long as you have a combination of 3 points. Everything is okay. So he was able to pot the 1, made connection with the 4, makes this 3-ball a little bit more tricky. Pace-wise, though, just drop this in. Natural angle, come round for the 4. Judging by his cue, tells you that he's absolutely perfect. Just use the long rail. Probably choose to play this back in the side. Even if he's low on this 6-ball would be okay. Yeah, that's why he's played it that way. Is that too low though? I think he's left it too low. He wanted to pot the 6 and go 3 rails. Kind of wanted to be somewhere on the middle line. If you draw a line between the left centre pocket and the right centre pocket, that would have been ideal. I think he can still cut this in, but cue ball might be coming close to the 8-ball. Oh, he's just caught the point. What a chance. Especially where the cue ball's landed. Yeah, that's okay. Still play to have the 8-ball in the top right. Or if he wants to put a little bit more pace on it, he can come back across. He doesn't like to play the balls too hard, so probably play for the top right. He's a little bit... didn't get into that enough, I think, so he's left it a little bit longer. A little bit more tricky, this 8-ball now, because I don't think the angle's natural. There you see it. If he pots the 8 in the top right, it's going to go into the left long rail. It's not ideal. Wouldn't be surprised if you play this in the top left, just because of the style of play. This is very missable. Adds extra pressure. That's a good shot. Where's the cue ball going? It's close. Oof. Wow, this is a tester. He's wired on that rail. He's digging down as well. This is very missable. Oh, nicely done. Picks up the pieces. Missed chance for Martin there. but Sakari picks them up, gets one back to 5-2. Yeah, like I said, this is not the final match of today. We do have one more match, or one more scheduled match, should I say, coming up. And that will be local time around about, I think it's 7:30. I do believe we will be having potentially the last 32 matches from the 9-ball in the over 45s. If I do read the schedule correctly, we are getting towards the business end. Well, a little bit of bumping going on there. Nearly scratched, but no joy from the break. What's the safe option like? Can he push that one ball in between? I mean, he could play the one off the two into the side. Doesn't really get you much value, but you can definitely play it through the gap and try and get some cover. Yeah, maybe jump cue might be coming back out if he can reach it. He thinks he can get the rail. Oh wow, what a shot. But maybe he didn't think that he would get that pot. Maybe that wasn't on purpose, but the pace he played it tells me that he wasn't thinking he would get on the two. Well, it took the paint off that. That's as thin an edge as you will see. Just wondering how full in the face can Martin play this two ball? Can he stop the cue ball dead and double the two? Kind of backup table. It's going to have to be killing the cue ball pretty much where it is and double the two backup table. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, look at that. Goodness me. Seeing the plan, but it couldn't have worked out much worse. So easy starter. Nice position on the three. I'm not sure how much the 5 and the 6 ball is going to interfere with him leaning over. I think he's okay. Just natural angle here. Just let it drift up past the 9 on the right hand side as you see it here. I think he's just ever so slightly the wrong side of this 5. He would have loved to have been able to come back somewhere along where the cue ball is now. He might have to take a bit more of a thinner 6 ball potentially. Yeah, he had to just take what the table gave him there. He's just going to drop this in. Come back across. Maybe 2 reels for the 7 in the bottom right where he's leaning over now. He's Missed it though. Very tentative there. Not sure. It's definitely potable, and it's on the thin side, but this might have to be a bit of a pacey one. Come back across the table a couple of times. I don't think he can just play this naturally one rail. He's going to have to play this 2 rails. A bit of pace on this one. Played it well. Just got to draw this back above the 8. He's quit on that a little bit. He stunned it rather than drew it. So another mistake from Martin. A few creeping in. Always makes me smile when I see a player wearing a glove clean a carbon shaft. Always makes me think, surely it's smooth. Maybe it's just part of his routine. But yeah, this is a very thin 8. Can try to find a safety shot, but I think he's fully committed on taking this 8 ball. Well, another present for Sakari here. A couple of gifts coming in from Martin. Be a bit annoyed there. He's had a couple of good chances to possibly even be on the hill here. Oh, he got a little bit excited there. Put a little bit more juice on that one than he needed. Just means the 9 ball's a little bit more pressure than he would have liked. Of course, still expect him to make it, but yeah, I mean, ball in hand on 8 to 9. Martin never thought in a million years he'd be coming back to the table. He's fluked it in the side. Well, what can you say? They both missed them. I don't think Alanin can be too aggrieved by the fortunate fluke on the 9. He did have his chance to win it. And Martin did have his chance, which he didn't take twice. But the pool gods definitely looking down on him there. It's funny what can happen in a game of 9 ball. The roller coaster of emotions. This is the thing with this rotation game, because it's not call shot. Anything can happen. Break your heart in an instant. I guess in some respects, at least it wasn't a hill fluke 9. That would have just been absolutely devastating. Nevertheless, we move on. 6-2. Chasing 2 more racks to get into the single elimination stage. See if he can get another good break. He's been breaking pretty well. Making balls and the points. And having a shot at the lowest ball as well. So, see if that continues. Well, as ever, commentator's curse. No balls, no points. So, first chance on this rack falls to the Finnish player. Don't know if the 1 goes in straight off the 8 ball. He's looking at that, I think. Would be nice if it does, because he might be able to then... Yeah, no, it's looking like a combo for me. If he does play the 1 into the 8, the 1 ball could drift down table a little bit. Maybe a carom could be better. No, he's playing the 1 in the side. I don't think that went. It didn't look like it. Very tight. Yeah, I'm not sure if he can play the 1 ball kind of as a double below the 5 and the 9. Maybe try and just let the cue ball drift towards the 8. Don't know if that's on. Yeah. Well done. Has he covered this right hand long rail where the 2 ball is? If he has, yeah, he's looking at it. If he's covered this long rail, he's in a lot of trouble here. So I don't think he can go left rail. Could be wrong. That looks also very tight. Could be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, so ball in hand. I think, yeah, just covered that side, but enough. Yeah, one good shot here from 4-5 to 6. It's going to be key. Yeah, the pace looks pretty good. Can run this forward just above the 8 ball. Would be nice if we had a bit of angle on the 7 just to get back out for the 8. I think that's what he's looking at. I mean, if he's straight on the 7, it's also... Yeah, if he's a bit straight, he can just draw this back, play the 8 in the top, or he can punch it round. Yeah, cue ball's going to have to travel a bit here. Well, is this even cuttable? This looks very thin. Don't know if it is. Yeah, where's it going to end up? Well, how straight is it in the top corner? There you see. Another gifted chance back to Martin. Missing 9 balls and all kinds of crazy stuff. I think when players struggle, if your opponent struggles, sometimes you also kind of struggle. It's one of those funny things. But a little bit of fortune there. Missing the 9 in the previous rack and fluking it in the side. Missing the 9 there and leaving it quite safe. You have to say it's pretty unfortunate for the Finnish player to come back to the table to that. However, as I said before, that's how the game goes. And Martin does make the hill. So it's kind of no mistake pool really from now. Has to try to take every advantage. Is there a gap to the 1? Don't think so. If there is a gap, it all depends what he can see. He can definitely go cushion first. If he wants to do something, he might have to play a push out maybe. So he's pushed out to a little bit of a tempter for Alanin, but doesn't appear to be blessed with big cue power. So I can't imagine him doing anything crazy here. Yeah, don't blame him not going for that. It's not his kind of shot. Could be a good cue ball maybe. No, he might have left a combo here. Karam doesn't really look on. He could play a slow Karam. Play the 1 onto the 7. Yeah, I don't think that shot was on. Just off straight, had to put so much power in to try and get down the table. Topspin kind of slows the cue ball down in those scenarios. It's a pretty good shot though. I think he's got the hook. So 2-reel kick, try and catch this 2-ball from behind. I'd love to catch it kind of on the bottom side on the right. If he catches it like he's lining it up, the cue ball will kind of stay where it is, which is not what he wants. He kind of wants to catch it on the bottom side, send the 2-ball up above the 4. Oh, he's missed it completely. I can't believe he's missed the ball completely. I think that's why he was trying to catch the bottom. So another ball in hand. Yeah, he's okay here. He can play this with a bit of right hand spin. Try and come back across the right side of the table. 5's going to be key ball here, because I don't know if it goes past the 6 in the bottom left. And if it doesn't, there you see he's pretty straight. So he's checking now, nodding his head. Should have already known if it doesn't go. Might just have to play what the tables gave him. So maybe it does go. If not, you'd have to play the combo. Very tight, but it does go. And as you've seen, he does like to drop them in, so I think he'll just roll this in. Well, he's in a good spot now. 7 balls over the corner as well. He hasn't played the best shot there though. Don't know if he can get the short reel. If he can get the short reel, then he's okay. If he's straight, yeah, he can probably go up to the short reel and back down for the 8 in the side. Just enough. A bit close to the reel. Can he drop this 8 ball in? If he can't, he's going to have to dig down a little bit here. How's your look? Perfect. He's played that one well. So punishing Martin this time, it appears. This 9 ball to get it back to 7-3. So hanging in there is the Finnish player. You would think, is there going to be a chance falling to the German at some point in the next racks? Time will tell. So Martin back on his break, wants to put this to bed. There's been a few gifts for both players back and forward, so he'd love to just get a nice solid break here. His last break wasn't great, so maybe he can readjust a little bit. It's better, at least in terms of the wing ball. Where's the 1 going to finish and the 2? Wow. 2 ball is going to be the 1. He can't make the 1. I don't know what he can do with that 2 ball. It doesn't look like it goes in the side. Could it go in off the other one? Hard to tell. Doesn't look like it. Could he play a little combo maybe? Or a carom? He could play a carom off the 2. That might be an option. Yeah, just play this off 2 rails. Oh, he's missed it. Didn't get the cue ball where he wanted either, because he overcut that 1. So he could play a bank here, a bank combo. He makes it a little bit pacey, but it's worked out not too bad on the 1. 2 ball did go down past the 8 ball. That might be his only option. Big issue here is not only the 2 ball, but the 4 ball. He's going to have to go forwards. I don't even know if he can get to the right side of the table from this angle. Yeah, he's just trying to take as much as he could get out of that. Yeah, this is a tough one. He's going to come back across for the 4 in the same corner. Well, he's not even going for it. I'm surprised. He's left this on. It's not easy, but I think Martin will be taking this on and maybe playing into the 9 or the 5. If he catches the 9 on the right side or the left side, you would fancy having some kind of look at the 4. As long as he just plays this at an okay speed. I chose not to go for it and made a mess of it, really. Struggling a little bit, Martin, these last 3 or 4 racks, all of a sudden. I think in his mind he just wants to try and get this match over with. But it's not over until it's over. Just needs 1 or 2 good moments in this next rack or so to put this to bed. How's the pace? He's faced with a similar shot again. It's potable. If you can pot it and go into the 5, you would think you'd have a shot on the 4. He's got to take this one on, surely. I mean, he might even miss the 5. There you go, he would have been on it. But another chance for Sakari here. That's pretty good. Just play the 5 in the same bag as the 4. Decided to roll it through. And I guess he'll be rolling this one through as well. Just needs to make sure he leaves an okay angle on the 7 to get back for the 8. Well, if he's straight, he's just going to have to take what the table gives him. Don't know if he can punch this over. Yeah, he's okay. He's got choices. I think he'll be dropping this in and coming to the left side of the 9. He's overcooked it. Oh, goodness. I think he thought he missed that, you know. That would have been match over. But he's still got to get this 9 in. And he makes it, gets another one back. You can tell by Martin's face. At the moment, at least he's got the luxury of having, he had a 7-2 kind of gap, so he's got plenty of, I guess you could say, time in some respects to get another chance, but the Finnish players slowly creeping back, picking up the pieces. If you can get this next one, 7-5, pressure will start to twist a little bit. Of course, every rack is big, but the context of this match and how it's all kind of been unfolding these last 3-4 racks, this rack is becoming very big. Looks to be dry. Is this the chance? Wide open table, shot at the 1. Another chance for Martin if he can see the 1. He can't get it. It's a mistake. All of a sudden, the wheels have started to come off a little bit. Can't seem to do anything right at the moment, Martin. I think luckily here, though, he hasn't left an easy one. Position on the 2. He's going to have to play this with a little bit of right spin just to keep it on the right side of the table. And he's going the other way. Has he found the gap? He has. What's the angle like on this 2? It's not ideal. To get back for the 3, can he run it forward off 2 rails? Or is he going to have to punch this? what's the angle like? If he's straight, that wouldn't be too bad. If he's a little bit off angle, yeah, this tells me that he's pretty straight, so he's trying to hold the cue ball. I'm guessing, judging by the way he's cueing it, because if he is perfectly straight, he could just jack up, try and stop shot this. Right, he's had to move the cue ball, and he's lost it a little bit. Bit of trouble now. Well, test that. Big shot this. Oh wow, what a great 4-ball. I wonder if he was pot chasing the 9 there. That was a great pot. It's a very thin 5, but with the 6-ball being up table, it does give him some options. I mean, he could get some cover behind the 8-ball if he wants to duck and play safe. I think that's what he's looking at, maybe. No, he's going for it. Oh, he's missed it. Well, this is a chance Martin wanted. Big puff of the cheeks. How's the pace? Well, that's not bad. He's going to have to lean over the 8 and the 9 though, with his extension on his cue. Well, this is a shot here. He's going to have to come down table. He doesn't want to hook himself, so I wouldn't be surprised if he lands on the bottom rail here. Yes, it's going to leave probably too much of an angle on the 8, but he's got no choice. Get all the way down on that bottom rail. Yeah, here we go. Is he going to drop this in, or is he going to go around the world? I mean, dropping this in is nasty, because he does know if he doesn't get it, he's kind of selling out. Just taking his extension, compose himself, because this is the match here, so just give it everything. He's made it, I think. No, he hasn't. So another chance. Oh no, what's he done? Oh, Sakari, no. No. I'll tell you what. Martin Steinlag is one very lucky man. All of a sudden, the wheels kind of fell off a little bit. Couldn't get over the line. And then the Finnish player gave him an early Christmas present. Missing the 9-ball there. Unbelievable. I do think if he had won that rack, could have been a little bit different. But nonetheless, congratulations to Martin. He moves on to the single elimination. And he will be back tomorrow. We are not done yet for tonight. We have another match coming up, probably in the next 15 minutes or so. That will be the last 32 in the 9-ball. I'll be back for that one. Don't go anywhere. Bye for now.
I'm happy that it's end today. Really. Das war mit Abstand der schlechteste Satz bis jetzt hier auf der WM. Letzter steht 1. War die ganze Zeit irgendwo. Die ganze Zeit. Ich habe das so innerlich so richtig so. Wow, echt nicht weg. Wahnsinn. Wahnsinn.
players who are qualified for the single elimination of 9 ball 45 plus. You may now start your practice on any table but tables 20 through 24. So you may start your practice. As soon as the final match is finished, we will do the draw and then assign your tables. So if you want to do so, you may start your practice on any table but 20 through 24. players, if you reach your table, then please start your match immediately. Thank you very much.
have the climax of the 9-ball events across the board for the ladies, the seniors 55 plus, and of course the seniors 45 plus division. The match we are following is in the 45 plus division. Two former European champions here at the table. Rashad Meric. Sorry, it's actually the other way around. Meric Rashad versus Riccardo Sini from Italy. Riccardo Sini has done it before, gone all the way in 2019, and in 2022 he became runner-up in the European Championships 9-ball. Meric Rashad, he's been a former European champion in the straight pool division, and he's a very, very fast player, so it should be set up for a great match. As we take a closer look to this beginning layout, no attacking options available here for Meric. Although I say that, I think he definitely tried to pot that 2-ball. And I'll tell you what, he might have left a gap there between the 8 and the 7. That is unbelievable. If he's left a gap between the 8 and the 7, well, you could try to play that shot 100 times and you'd probably fail to get this similar outcome. No, probably there's no gap. Ooh. Got so close in potting it. Any sort of contact, and I'm sure the 2-ball would have dropped. You can see it's just failed to hit it. I was way ahead of the things. He didn't leave the gap between the 8 and the 7. That is a careless shot. And have a look at the cue ball. It's completely misjudged, that one. But of course, happens very easily when you miss a shot that thin. Means you've hit the 3-ball, well, the wrong part, and then the cue ball, of course, from that angle will also travel a lot further on the table. That was a complete misjudgment there by Riccardo Sini. And I have to say, I think he can count himself a little bit lucky there. That cue ball was awfully close to dropping into that bottom left corner pocket. Riccardo here going for this long jump. This is a tricky old jump. I think he fouled. That's good sportsmanship to see. Riccardo Sini must have hit the 5-ball. Yeah, he did, with the tip of his jump cue there at the end. Quick to point out that he made a foul, which is always good to see. You want to see the sport being played fairly. Meric Rashad there lost his cue ball. We'll have to play safe from this position. Yeah, that's a good shot. So you'd have to say advantage Meric. Well, that is a very, very good safety. In fact, I don't think the one rail escape is even available to Riccardo here. He's just notified the referee to have a closer look here. This is a tough old escape, all right. It's probably going to be 3 rails. Fair effort. Got close, but it was always going to be tough. That was the degree of excellence of that cue ball from Merit Rashad. Now he should go on to clear the table from this position. He's created a fabulous opportunity of that perfect safety shot, has to be said. Vastly underscrew the cue ball there on the 8 ball. This has become awkward. It's going to be the 9 into the middle pocket. Oh, nicely done. We've seen a lot of the previous matches, a lot of the previous players on these TV tables struggle a little bit with the pace, so it's something that'll be interesting to keep an eye on, whether either of the two players can adapt as soon as possible, particularly the break. I've seen very few break and run so far throughout the tournament. It's not to say that neither of these players are capable of producing multiple break and runs, but it is an indication that the cue or the table is breaking pretty challenging. First look at Riccardo Sini's break. I wonder whether it's, well, it's not a legal break, in fact. There you go. He spotted 2 balls, but that 3 ball didn't pass the head string. And I think it goes past the 5. It did. So that's another good chance here for Merit Rashad. Such is his pace. If he gets on a roll, well, you can see the scoreline change swiftly, and that's something that's very intimidating to deal with. Slightly underhit the cue ball, but shouldn't be a problem, especially if you're incorporating the right rail there. A cue ball will always go into the line of the 7 ball. Yeah, it's refreshing to see. Doesn't hang about. He just knows the right shot and the next shot. Doesn't waste too much time. Gets on it and, well, pulls the trigger. Even though he holds his hand up for that 8 ball that wobbled, but it's still in 2-0 now. And the German back to break. He could do some serious damage if this keeps going the same way. It is, of course, a single elimination, the last 32, as you can see. Tomorrow will be the final day and the conclusion of this year's European Championships. And the remainder of the matches we have on the program will be the semifinals onwards. So they'll play the last 16 and the quarterfinals tomorrow before we'll get to the live stream where we will show the semifinals and the finals. Not so sure whether he was trying to play the combination onto the 7 there, because I can only presume he went for that because the cue ball is nowhere near to be safe in the middle of the table. So that was a missed putting attempt. Marriage is trying to play a gentle nudge on the 2. Perfectly played. Left himself an angle to work with as well. Just a tad bit short here. Might have to go around the table here. Off 3 rails. Doesn't want to be glued to the rail. Have to produce another big shot here. Has to be said, how effortless does he make the game look? It is very satisfying on the eye how he plays the game. So in blink of an eye, he's gone 3-0 up with another textbook clearance there. And Riccardo Cini, well, if you're in his shoes, you're trying to stop the rod as soon as possible. As you can see, his opponent doesn't hang around. And when you give him a chance, this is what he will do. It seems like Riccardo has taken a timeout. He'll be trying his heart out there. He has to do something about this situation sooner rather than late. So he'll have roughly, well, just less than 4 minutes, I would say, to return to his chair. Well, the Italian returns Riccardo Cini. It is his break. He thought it was his opponent's turn. That is how fast this match has been progressing so far. He doesn't even know what's hit him. Like I said before, when you're playing a fast player like Meric Rashad, well, the scoreline just changes so quickly. You can sometimes forget what is going on out there in the arena. It's an odd one. He's hit the one ball, I'd say probably quarter ball. But the rack has landed very awkward. It's underhit that one as well. It's funny. It's always the case when your opponent has off to a flyer. The first rack to get on the board seems to be one of those where you have to battle against the table, battle with the cue ball. And even this shot here, sure you can cut this 5-ball in. But the cue ball will be tracking very close towards the 9-ball, and that can really spoil the party in terms of positional outcome. It's still okay. I mean, yes, it's a little bit harder given the circumstances. It's not a 100% guarantee, but he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Just needs to make sure of the pot here. The cue ball will take care of itself. Yeah. So far, it's been a solid reply. He needs to time this one well as well. One last good putting. There you go. And he should be off the races. There's nothing preventing him now for getting his first rack on the board. Solid reply there by Riccardo Sini. Had to do something quickly. Reduces the deficit now, only 3-1 behind. Well, considering he completely mishit the one ball, hit it way too thin. Somehow it's a legal break and he's got a chance here. I must admit, when you look at his play, Merit Rashad, even though we're only into this match after 4 racks, you just can't help to wonder to yourself how he's not won a medal this year so far. It just goes to show there are a lot of contenders out there. Because when you see, ooh, I was singing his praise a little bit too loud there. That was a very uncharacteristic mistake. I was a little bit concerned with the nudge on the 4 ball, and consequently he's missed the 3 ball altogether. But Riccardo Cini, what a chance he had there. It was a thin one, of course, but when your opponent makes such a simple unforced error, it's really well advised to punish them for those type of mistakes. It's very easy to get over a silly mistake when your opponent does not punish you. So that unforced error by Merit Rashad didn't get punished there. And I'm sure Riccardo Cini and his fans will be very, very annoyed with that missed opportunity. Riccardo back at the table. He needs to do something about this. His opponent is already halfway there. Yeah, again, the 1 ball got hit way too thin. That cue ball tracked towards the middle diamond, even below the middle diamond, in fact. There you go, in between the first and the second diamond, which is an indication you've not hit the cut break as you should have. Generally speaking, you want to hit the 1 in such a way, if you're playing the cut break, where the cue ball goes right in between the second and the third diamond, the diamond closest to the middle pocket, of course. Yeah, I wouldn't pass up this chance either. This is a good chance to play a telling snooker, telling good safety here. And there's not enough side on the cue ball, I believe. Or is it? That is a great shot. I thought it was a little bit too thin. Ricardo having a tough time out there. To the credit of Marish Rashad, of course. He's been the one applying the most amount of pressure on his opponent with his play, with his safeties. Have to adjust this one well, and he's overran it. And he's snookered himself as well. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other side of the token when you're a fast player. You're always relying on your autopilot and your flow, but sometimes some shots that simply just require a little bit more time and attention. You should have made sure that the cue ball would have landed between the middle diamond, overran it. Subsequently, he's now handed a ball in hand to his opponent. You tend to feel this is a must-take chance for Riccardo Sini here. And when you look at the layout, there's nothing really difficult at the table. Sure, there's a lot of pressure on him, but as a former European 9-balls champion and a former runner-up, you'd have to expect him to make the most out of this chance. Because the cushions are pretty lively today, you'd love to be pretty straight on the 6-ball here. It's a lot easier to control the cue ball. Just like this, shouldn't be any difficulty here for him to land on the right side of the 747 to the side. Yeah, it seems the most sensible option to send his cue ball towards the left side rail. Even if he goes just past the middle pocket, it should be fine. Just make sure you don't take your eye off the pot here. Yeah, perfectly played. Doing what he needs to do, punishing his opponent for his mistakes. No, what has he done? I cannot believe what I'm watching. How in the world is that cue ball even going anywhere near the pocket? What is going on? There's no reason for him to even flirt with that pocket. That is absolutely amazing. I've never seen something at this level. That's probably gonna come back to haunt him. Yeah, so officially it is a ball in hand. The 9-ball will be respotted, but you can bet your house on it. You can bet your life on it. This is going to be 5-1. Wow. That is... Well, I genuinely wonder how Ricardo will recover from this mentally. That is a early Christmas present. Merit Rashad looking to add to Ricardo's pain here. And within, well, a couple of minutes, that unforgivable mistake will have cost him 2 racks. I've said this in the past, in 9-ball it doesn't take a whole lot to lose a match by a substantial margin. 1 or 2 mistakes on critical moments can really change the whole game. He's now 6-1 behind. Realistically, I don't think he's got the utmost belief he'll turn this around, but well, one thing is for certain, he'll just have to fight his heart out there and take it ball by ball. But well, be very, very hard to beat your opponent 6-1 down, and having gifted him the most straightforward 9-ball. Again, you could see the cue ball went just below the middle diamond, and between the first and the middle diamond. That's why he's failing to create a good opportunity on his break, even though it is a legal break, of course. Of course, you could say it's a little bit unfortunate that 2-ball went all the way up table to so close to the top rail. Not so sure what he is looking at. Is he trying to kick this 2-ball in? I mean, he can play a push out. He doesn't have to play this. Yeah, I think he's gone full tilt, you know. He was not obliged to play that shot. I'm not so sure whether that was the moment to go all in. It's not like he had other options available to him. Where's that cue ball going? Well, this match has been going on for a little over 30 minutes. It's likely going to be 7-1 already for Merit Rashad. And it's not all been via perfect play, although he's been pretty flawless, has to be said. But his opponent, well, he missed a golden opportunity, and highly likely he missed the boat there entirely. And this 9-ball away to go 7-1 up, which surely will most likely be the end of this match shortly. It is a brutal game sometimes, 9-ball. It's one of the very few games where you can, well, it's a race to 8, so say you could pot 64 balls and your opponent will only pot 8 balls and you can still lose 8-0. That's how brutal this game can be. This opening shot here is a very tricky cutback. Yeah, didn't even go for the attacking options there. Well, Riccardo Cini, based from that previous rack, how he went for a strange kick shot where he had other options available to him. Based on that, you'd think he's going all out attack now. Of course, there is a moment in time for everything. In that occasion, there was very little to go for. Whenever you've been in this position, it's all about trying to make the scoreline look a little bit more respectable. There's a saying, make your opponent earn it rather than gift it to them. But he's nowhere near in the frame of mind to even consider a realistic comeback, so just have to take it one shot as they come. And already this 2 onto the 3 is, well, it has to be said, a poor shot in terms of the positional side of the shot. It's still cuttable, of course, but the cue ball will do some mileage here. Might have to go twice across. Yeah. Ooh, he's a little bit fortunate there. I thought the cue ball would have gone past the 9 and the 8, and surely then it would have been the end of this match. He's still ever so slightly in this just yet. You could still come off the right rail and even pot this 3 ball, even though he's not even considering the right side of the table. I think coming off the right side of the table makes the potential kick and the pot on the 3 ball a lot more realistic. Well, I'm not so sure whether he's left a shot what I would consider as a good chance here. Yeah, Riccardo not interested in this. Just playing safe. Could easily control the 3 ball there. Attention, all pockets. I think he'll hit this one firm. Well, actually, not that firm at all. What a return that was. So here is his chance for marriage to finish off this match. Although he's lost his cue ball there. Yeah, that's a little bit careless. That cue ball should not have ever gone near the 7 ball. And now, although that was a great chance, not so sure whether he's got the full ball hook here on the 4. If he hasn't, there's still some pool live in this match. Yeah, that was a very tough spot there for Riccardo Sini. More or less resigned to his chair, knowing that it's likely going to be the last shot of his in this year's European Championships. He'll be back stronger, I'm sure. He's a former European 9-ball champion, multiple champion as well, multiple medalist. But it happens to the best of them. Sometimes you start off slow and you miss one good opportunity and it just flips the whole match. Seems to be the case here. And just under, well, roughly 45 minutes, it is Meric Rashad from Germany with an emphatic victory, 8-1, and books his place into the last 16. That's the conclusion of this match here on table number 1. We do have a live match still going on table 2, so you can head over to our other channel. For those of you who've not yet subscribed or hit the notification button, this is your chance to do so, so you'll be notified for tomorrow as we will go live with the semi-finals and the conclusion of this year's European Championships. For now, I'll thank you for your time and attention, and we hope to see you back tomorrow as well as at the other table. Thank you and goodbye.
Schön überrollt. Ich hab mir gedacht, wenn die Europa mal betrügen, dann muss man ein bisschen. Da muss richtig. Ja. Nein. Einmal gut die weiße Karte mit der Pelle. Das war's. Ansonsten gute Saves gespielt. Zwei Schüsse wieder. Einen da und ach so, ja. Ja, der war ganz nice. Thank you. I need it.